All right. Let's go. Welcome to Defense Stars. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. Today is May, 16th, 17th, and I think it's the 17th. Let me check my phone. Allison's got this new thing where we have to say the date, and I never know what the date is. The 16th. There we go. And it's day 17 of trial. Yeah, we gained a lot more than 1,000, Megan. I think we were at 43.5 heading into the live, and we're currently at like 45.8 or something. So, yeah, no, it was a great day. Mark's a great draw. Brings a lot of new subs over to the channel, which we love. It's he's a fabulous guest. We had a blast doing that with him. Because we always really enjoy those conversations. It's fun to be able to sit around, just kind of shoot the shit with another lawyer, especially in a case like this. So yeah, we had a lot of fun. If you haven't checked it out, you should check it out. It's there. The ads are in there. I know. Can't do everything ad-free. We do the trials for ad-free. We have to make a living. We apologize for that. I know the ads on YouTube, and they were supposed to do something to make them more tolerable. I don't know if that's true. I did. Not so, Zen Jen. I was going to wait. I saw it late. Thank you very, very much for your generous Venmo. And I think I got a I don't know if Larissa's here, but thank you for your incredibly generous Cash App. That was fabulous. John Miller, if you're here, I got your voicemail. I don't know where you recorded that thing. I'm going to try to play it. It's really hard to hear. I don't know what you were recording on. It sounds like you're kind of in the car. I'll see if it sounds any better on the computer than it does on the phone, because we have one of those things going on that, if people are of the mindset that they're wanting to donate, gift, whatever you want to call it, $50, we're going to start playing people's voicemails that they leave through the SpeakPipe website during the lives, because they're awesome. They're awesome. So we know it's a lot of dough, but we have to make it high because we can't have everybody doing it. So you got to really want to have something to say, I imagine. Let's see. Amanda says other YouTubers have longer ads than here. It doesn't bother me any. Others have ads and they do ads that is too much. Right. Like you can select. I try to keep it balanced. They give you like 3 options because YouTube inserts the ads. We have nothing to do with it. But I think they were supposed to be like switching it to like where instead of us being in the middle of a sentence, it's done like in a break where it makes sense, if that makes sense. But, look, here's the bottom line. Commercials suck. I haven't watched a commercial other than during live sporting events since like 2001. It's like Allison got me a TiVo. Like when that first came out, I'm like, what is this? She's like, it's a magic box. Really? Plug that thing in. Commercial free ever since. Never watched commercial since. Like literally. I avoid them like the plague. I mean, for me, if I have to pay an extra $5 a month to avoid commercials, I pay $5 a month to avoid commercials. That's just me. That's quality of life shit. For me, because I hate commercials. So when people are complaining, I get it. Trust me, I do. But I hope those people understand this is business. You have to make money. Grifting bastards. So I am ready for more Bob Alessi today. I think today is going to be a great Bob Alessi day. I feel like they're at the point in the case where, hold on, I have to open a soda can. Hold on. It's my morning Waterloo. I feel like we're to the point in the Commonwealth's case that it's pretty much going to be all experts. And expert equals Alessi. It's that simple. I can watch that guy operate all day. I mean, if you watched our live with Mark, I think he was pretty clear. All of us enjoy. Oh, Bob. Sad to hear that. So you mean your subscription or your membership? Maybe you'll get lucky today. Maybe you will get lucky today and you'll be gifted one by some benevolent soul in chat. Keep your fingers crossed. Could happen. It could happen. Osbrick got gifted one last night. All right, I'm pulling on Bastin 10. There's only fan. Just chilling. Spinning. Feeling happy. Ready for another day of court. Let's pull her up. Get cracking. Get my sound boosted. All right. Oh, we got a birthday? Hold on. Scrolling. Oh, and Piccolo. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm singing happy birthday, and Mandy's playing the Hallelujah soundbite. I mean, I tried, Ann. I tried.
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ann. We love you. We love you over here. I hope you have a glorious day. I would tell you to go do something better than spending the day with us watching Karen Reed, but maybe there is nothing better. I kid. There's obviously things better. But whatever you do today, I hope that you have a glorious day. I hope that you are celebrated because the world is a better place because you're in it. That's a fact. All right. So everybody give Ann the love today in the chat, please, because she is a ride or die. She is an OG. She has been around for ages. And we love her here. And we hope that you have a wonderful, special day. All right. So OnlyFans up. What do you guys think? Oh, you know it. Steve knows. Mata's got to eat. Go grift. Keep grifting. I mean, at some point you got to lean into the grift. I mean, do y'all work for free? Sure you don't. Nobody works for free. And this is work. When I tell you this, if you think it's not work, I challenge you out there. Go fire up your computer, start a YouTube channel, and try talking for 7 hours a day, every day. You'll soon find out it's work. It's work. But for me, it's a blast. It's that win-win. It's like we all have to work. We're all a slave to the almighty dollar. But for me, dipping out of the law, 23 years was enough. 23, there was some dude in the comments, he's like, oh, you're quit from the law. I'm like, yeah, 23 years is enough, dude. I'm in my 50s, bro. It's time to be happy. Time to do something that's more fun. And there's aspects of the law I love. If I could just do trials, probably would have hung in there. But That's not it. That ain't it. Most of it is not trials. So, speaking of grifting, I'm going to set a goal today. I'm going to set it before Allison comes and like yells at me what to make the goal. She's big on pushing the, and I am pushing the thing. I think while we're waiting, what we're going to try to do is we're going to try. I listen to. I'm just telling you, you'll hear. Um, let's see. Let me refresh this. All right. Well, you're seriously dragging ass, girl. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's in the bathroom.
Hey, oh, Allison.
Hey,
Hey,
oh, Allison's under this like hilarious assumption that she actually needs makeup. It's like the funniest thing I've ever heard. All right, I have to shut the camera off so she can walk by. I'll be right back, everybody. Good. You're good. The sound's still on though. The sound's still on. They heard it all. They heard it. All right, are we safe, babe? Are we safe? Yeah, that was a Bev's side. All right, we're back. We're back. All right. Let me see here. Why doesn't this thing? I don't get it. I'm trying to refresh the screen and it just brings me grin for me's. Grin for me leaves some fantastic drunken messages, which are pretty tasty. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty good. All right. Oh, there it is. Oh, he left on 13 hours ago. It's probably worth playing. But John Miller paid a whole bunch of money yesterday. So while we're waiting for the fan to turn into a judge and lawyers and a witness, let's pop this guy up here. Okay. All right. Okay. So John donated $50 yesterday. And what our thing is over here is we love to hear from our listeners. We really do, our viewers. It's awesome. Now, whether or not we're going to be able to hear this, John, you may have to call and redo it to where we can hear, but we'll see. We'll see. So this is John Miller. You see him in chat every day. Now you're going to be able to put a voice to a name.
Hi, Bob and Allie. Voicemail, and I'm new to this regard. I'm a worker. I watched the first year of the trial, now the second, and then in between time I watched the fight. So kind of confused. Like, both of these things trying to hide, not allow the evidence and the true facts to come in. Very frustrating. To elaborate on that, I'm looking for justice. I don't know. From what I've seen, Karen Reed is in this, so, but I've always been waiting to see some kind of thing that can prove me wrong. I haven't seen anything yet. Anyway, as I said, this is my second week in finding you guys. I watched the last round with Melanie Little with Team 3 too, but I can just hear it better on your channel, and you guys crack me up. Thanks again, and enjoy your channel.
All right, so you couldn't hear shit. So here's the deal, John. If you're in here, you get a freebie redo because I don't know if you were in a fish tank. It sounded like it. So freebie redo. If you're sitting here with your phone doing this, don't do that. Talk right into the phone. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Because we love the Vacaros over here, and because Meg had a little ailment going on. I want to play Meg Vacaros because she left it on. Just to give you an idea of when you speak into the phone or the microphone, how good it sounds. So let me just find it. And what we do typically with these is if you're a member, we have members only where we'll play all these things, and they're just awesome. They're just awesome. They're so good. So good. Grin left another one for me. That's for the members only, dude. You're gonna have to wait. Here. Well, I was gonna play Steve because it's hilarious. Steve and Meg, who are a married couple, out in the all right, so here you go. This is Meg's. Hold on, let me make sure I'm watching OnlyFan. I got scared. I'm like, oh my god, where's OnlyFan? Oh my god, where is it? Where is it? Remember that time yesterday when okay. We're good. We're good. We're still good. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. You guys ready? Where'd it go? God damn it. Oh wait, that's still Steve. I feel like, oh my god, I had it. Oh, there it is. All right. So I was gonna play Steve's, but all right. So here's Meg. So this is you'll see her in chat. This is what Meg left.
Bob, you're muted.
Oh, all right. Well, listen to the red. It's a 4 minute, but you guys get the point. It's awesome. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Ugh. Like, why don't they come out, handle their business instead of going right into a sidebar? Like normal court, you come in, you take care of your housekeeping, typically before the jury's sitting there waiting back in the room. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So did you guys love that Meg voicemail? See, when you record properly, you can really hear it. It sounds great. Wait, are you guys not hearing me? Can you hear
Bob,
me? What?
Bob,
What?
you played silence for 4 minutes.
Oh, that sucks. God damn it. It's
I
because I
let you.
did it must have been because I did a share this tab instead thing. We'll listen to it.
It
First
was
break.
probably everyone else but you, so I get it.
Yeah, I heard it perfectly clear.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously us. So,
We will replay it. That was,
and then you
you know
just
what
went
they
into
call that in the
talking about court.
industry? You know what they call that in the industry? A tease. Hey. Except it was not intentional. I definitely meant for you to hear it.
And then you started talking about court. So we didn't know if you were glitching or you were
Oh
just
no,
doing your
yeah,
own
no.
thing
Oh, I
today.
wasn't, no, the sound wasn't working. Clear.
Okay.
I cannot tell if you guys can't hear it.
So you're obviously watching court right now.
Oh, yeah.
And none
Yeah.
of us are.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah. So
Thank
then
you.
there's that also.
We got that.
Yeah.
We've missed nothing. We've missed
Okay,
it.
great job. Great job.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Mandy.
Yes, have a nice day. Bye.
There's the boss. There's the boss. Behind the scenes, making sure she can wrangle all my tech wizardry so that it's palatable. Oh, ooh, we got so many new members yesterday. I've got to give you all one big, tasty, fabulous, family hug. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, Contrary Mary coming in hot, giving the love. making the family bigger. It's like you gave birth to 5 little DD podcast membership babies. That's what you just did. Happy Mother's Day, Contrary Mary, for all the new DD members you just birthed. It's amazing. I love it. Thank you. Kelso, I work from home. Set a TV by my desk to watch you. Love it. I love that. I love that. That's one of the nice things about remote working, right? You can still be productive and not have to be like chained to a desk, like dying of boredom, because nobody works every second of every day at work. That's just not realistic. It's more like office space. Yeah, I come in probably the first 15 minutes. I just stare at my computer
Hey,
screen.
babe.
Hey, babe. There's my beautiful and brilliant co-host. What's up,
Oh,
girl?
I got to get out of this hard chair. I'm so used to the bouncy chair. I hate the regular chair.
Ah, bouncy chair. I was that was a sacrifice you made last night for the betterment of the stream.
Mandy said, Allie, come and get your man. What were you doing? Something crazy?
Yeah, fucking shut up.
Sleuthy's got something to say over here.
She's got words.
Mm-hmm.
She's got words. She's got things.
That's just for me and her.
Oh, thank you. We got a couple of Venmos come in early. Tony B.
Chair changing.
She said, sent a $10 Venmo. Allie's commentary this week has been so fun. She is my F-bomb soul sister. I'm not sure which of us says it more. Allie definitely, she says it more. Like, I say the F word a lot, like in real life. Allie, next level. She's like a drunken sailor, whatever all those comparisons are, a truck driver, whatever. I mean, we both love the F word. As long as we're not saying it so much that YouTube's like, hey, you say the F word every third word. So now we're going to have to shut you down. I mean, look, we're not going to be for everybody, I mean, Mel, we love Mel. She definitely says the F word in real life, but over on her channel, she says ducking. Like, I wouldn't do it. I'd be screwing that up all the time. I would never remember to say that. So, yeah, I mean, we're a swearing channel. We're real life. We're genuine over here in terms of just kind of like you get what you see and you see what you get. And like if you were to hang out with us in real life, we're exactly like this. So, like it's kind of, I could put on airs, but fuck that, there's no point in
But
that.
if there's people who don't like the F word, I mean, Melanie Little never says it, and she's amazing. And she's covered this case from the jump, from the start, from the pre-trials to all of it. She, I think, is the most knowledgeable of the case.
She's like I was with Delphi.
Yeah. From the jump.
Like, from the jump.
From day dot.
Indeed.
Across the pond.
Indeed. So wait, I wanted to continue to read. We got another Elizabeth M paid us $25 Venmo. Thank you both for everything you do. Allie, you always make me laugh. Bob, you remind me of my late grandfather in your sense. It's got to be of humor. Let me see.
Great though. It's her grandfather though.
I am a grandfather. Like, I don't take of my late grandfather in your sense of humor, and you bring a sense of joy to my day. Much love to you both. Thank you. Allie was laughing because you called me a grandfather comparison. I'll take that all day.
I know. We are grandparents.
We are, like, truly. And then I'm guessing is Stephanie. I'm guessing this might be. Remember, you guys, if you Venmo us, please put if you don't want us to give your full name, I'll usually give the name in the first initial, because some people want to keep their shit private. And I respect that. I do. We both do. So, Stephanie, Stephanie, happy Friday. Great coverage this week. Thank you for that $10 Venmo. We appreciate you so much. All right. I'll check the Cash Apps too.
He'll check the Cash Apps.
Okay, no Cash Apps. All right. We good. We did get some
Did you
love.
do a
here.
bunch of the Cash Apps yesterday? Because there were Cash Apps. Remember the one guy was like, "Hey, I sent you a Cash App."
Yeah, John Miller. I just tried.
Or
to
is that
play
Jim
his
Miller?
thing.
I know you keep confusing the two.
No, there's John Miller and then there's just Jim.
Oh,
Jim,
just Jim.
I want you to change your screen name to just Jim. Do it, because it's good. It's good. You'll like it. Trust me.
Oh, you added the just because you were confusing. So now you're telling him to adopt. Bob loves when people adopt his screen names for them. We had Shaboogies, who is now Shaboogs.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Shaboogs is great. Shaboogies was great too, though.
Yeah, it's Shiboogies. Like
Right.
Shiboogies, right.
Shaboogies.
I mean, it's better when you say it right. You know what I mean?
Or didn't I say it right?
Kind of ish.
Okay. Ish.
All right. Let's see. What else we got? Steve gave Steve the love.
Did you answer where you get your graphic tee?
Putting these things up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
One of us at a time.
I never know if you guys are wondering because it could be Mandy in theory. There's 3 of us back here, like the wizard behind the curtain with the controls. So sometimes that's why you'll see like Allie and I will be battling to put a comment up and it'll pop up for a second and then it'll be gone. That's because we're trying to do things.
Or like Mandy puts one up and I don't know who she is, and I put one up and then I made hers disappear. That's
Sarah D came in hot with 5 gifted DD memberships. You too are a DD podcast membership mommy.
Well, I think that the people that gift, I forget how much a membership is, but if they gift that many memberships, they should be able to leave a voicemail too.
Yeah, I don't know what the value on that is actually.
How much does it cost to be a member, people?
Yeah.
$1 million.
$1 million. Speaking of that, the other day I was trying to get I wanted the Dr. Evil, like I want a clip from when he's in the group setting. And he starts talking about his childhood. It's like one of my favorite little bits of all time. It's so funny. He talks about, as a child, if he was insolent, he was placed in a burlap sack and beaten with reeds.
Sounds like way too long of a soundbite.
No, it's hilarious. Well, I wouldn't play the whole thing, even though I'd like to, but we definitely get a strike on that.
Yeah, don't get a strike. I don't like the strikes.
2-minute Mike Myers diatribe. So, but thank you so much, Sarah D. Kelso, we threw you up there. Jamie BB, 2 pounds British, exhausted being all court all day from my sofa. Love it. What are you giggling about?
His comment or her comment. Jamie can be.
Yeah.
With that dog, I'm guessing her comment. Cute little.
And then Sarah D, you guys truly make me happy. Thank you for that. Thank you for telling us. We're so happy. Love Bob's jokes. Love Allie's passion when she's pissed.
Doesn't take much.
Oh, God.
Or can be completely off because I have some sort of perimenopause fog brain moment.
Good morning again,
so.
Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Got something mixed up.
We got to go in 2 different places.
I have to ask you those 3 questions.
About to fix it, though.
What are you fixing?
I got it running on 2 different screens, per usual.
All right, well, boost it and you figure that shit out on your own.
Honey, it is boosted. She's not in front of her mic.
Oh, thanks, babe.
We went through this yesterday.
When he says honey, he's like...
It's the equivalent of you calling me Robert Michael.
I don't like it.
I don't like when you call me Robert Michael because I know I'm in trouble.
You do. Most of the time it's cute, though.
Usually it's when you're being stern with me.
Yes, but in a cute way.
So it's honey.
No. I don't think so.
In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk. Don't make any facial expressions, no muttering under your breath, no audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So
Is she talking
out
to
of
the
respect for your
gallery?
viewers,
Jury.
I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that. And out of respect to the lawyers who work so hard to get this case.
Wow, they've been doing that? They've been laughing at the Commonwealth's
I'm
case.
just going to throw this out
Wonder
here
if
as
I
a
could begin by
possibility. She caught
offering a
wind of the
stipulation that's agreed to
asshole.
between the parties.
Oh,
Okay, can we turn
Maybe
the
it
AC down, please?
was a
no, I don't
juror.
like that. I don't like that at all. Then that juror needs to be booted, substitute in the alternate.
Because
No,
remember
no.
we were looking at the
Pause
jury
it a sec.
box?
Pause it a sec. Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement
Real
between
quick.
the
Let's
Commonwealth and
discuss
the
hold on.
defense.
people.
Okay.
Let's.
will.
And the
You
stipulation
can't
between the
find it.
parties
I'm sure,
is
guys. It's a problem
as
right now.
follows.
Tech
Now comes the
wizardry.
Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant in the above captioned matter.
It's a stipulation. All right.
Wow. Whew, right before we got to it. Okay, so yeah, let's go back and hear what she says. Let's go back.
Really?
Yeah, we all want to hear exactly what she says.
Okay.
Well, not okay.
Yeah, this is all it.
We don't need the hellos.
I understand. Okay, this is it.
Can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented.
No,
can
forward.
follow the
I want to hear
testimony,
before she
and
gets
can
to the first word.
understand and evaluate
No, this is all part of it.
each witness
All right,
and
5
the
seconds.
exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not
Mhm.
comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk. Don't make any facial expressions. No muttering under your breath. No audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that. And out of respect to the lawyers who work so hard to get this case before. Okay, thank you very much. With that, Mr.
Pause
Brennan,
it.
your first witness, please.
Your Honor, if I could begin by
All right. So yesterday, when the cameraman panned out, and we were like, you're gonna dox the jurors here. You better watch out." We saw all the microphones. Okay, like every like foot or so on the outer ridge of the jury box. So Bob and I got to talking, like, is it possible one of the jurors called Yannetti an asshole, which would be the worst possible scenario of all the scenarios. So it's what Bob's suggesting here is that this comment by the judge to the jurors is not so much about them scoffing or laughing under their breath at the Commonwealth's case, although it could be that, but could possibly, again, this is a speculation moment here, that one of the jurors is the one who said under their breath, asshole, at Yannetti. That would be awful. That would just be fucking awful. And if that happened, Yannetti should be asking the judge to poll the jurors to find out who said it and get them to hell off the jury.
Yeah.
You cannot
Agreed.
have a juror who's calling the defendant's lawyer an asshole. Or she at least has to say something like, I just need to know that even if you dislike the judge, but the lawyer, but she can't say it to all of them, because then
Sarah made a good point. What happens
What
if
is
the juror was calling Judge Bev an asshole? I mean, maybe.
I just don't think so.
Right, let's go. We're going to listen to the stipulation. I agree. That's a real problem if that
Right.
you've
The
got,
banister in front of the jury has
yeah, and the mics are facing the courtroom, but it kind of sounded like that kind of catch because it definitely wasn't directly into a mic.
They're very, very sensitive mics in courtrooms, especially federal courtrooms, FYI.
I mean, not so sensitive that we can like really hear Judge Bev when she decides to stand up and talk like that, but
yeah,
Hey.
that's true.
offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please?
Man, I hope it wasn't one of the jurors.
Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
We'll get to you,
And the
reality check.
stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The two Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
What? That wasn't Proctor.
Yes, thank you.
With that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Okay.
What? That wasn't Proctor.
Hold on 1 second, please. I just want that. The jury's here better with that on.
Wow, people. Let's see how compelling this shit is.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
That was one of the most interesting clips when I remember when I saw it thinking, what the hell? It could go like either way. He was smashed in the face with the glass, but his nose wasn't broken. So
We have the item.
169.
I don't know. I want to know what you guys think about that. Could also be shards of.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Andre Porto to the stand.
Could have been the whole he threw the glass at the tail light and it exploded back at his face thing, and that's what happened. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What? Is this true? I got to touch base with my girl and see what's going on. I love it. She had very strict rules on that.
Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
About to be
Could
Lally.
you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst.
Mandy.
And then I received a Master of
Hey,
Science
Mandy,
in
I missed
Biomedical
his
Forensic
name. Can you do the
Sciences
banner?
at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you worked at the state lab?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
How long have you worked at the state lab, sir?
Since September 2019.
Now, when you joined the lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury your duties and responsibilities as a forensic scientist 1?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 1 is a training position where we're hired and we undergo an extensive training program where we do undergo the analysis process in training casework samples, where we learn how to do the lab work and analyze profiles. And at the end of this training, I took a competency test to make sure that I was able to accurately conduct the DNA analysis process. And once I passed that, I was then put on to do casework. And a year after completing both my competency tests and a year after my hire date, I was then promoted to a forensic scientist 2.
And so you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2?
So a forensic scientist 2 is just the automatic promotion that you get after a year of hire and passing the initial competency test. And we're able to do the DNA process in casework samples.
Now, so what type of analysis do you currently do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I can do the DNA analysis process in casework and known samples. That includes the lab work as well as analyzing the DNA profiles that are generated from the work.
Now, first, just in general terms, but specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So there's 4 steps in the analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cells and release that DNA to be available for use. Step 2 is called quantitation, where we take a small sample of that extracted DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
I need you to slow down, please.
Hey, can somebody give me this guy's name in chat so I can make the banner?
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that
Oh,
process
never
that
mind.
you were just
Thanks,
explaining
Andy.
to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks,
Poor guy's nervous as shit.
And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes 2 types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those 2 reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor. And the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case, where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have 2 copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell
Man,
of
I
a
wish
person's body?
Bob was here so we could
Yes,
pause
so
it
what that
during these
means
boring
is
times.
If I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA
So
testing.
Sleuthy just texted me.
If you
That's why I was
could,
wishing there was a
just little
pause
bit
right
slower,
now.
Go through each of those
So I
4
could
steps
touch
again.
base on
for the
this.
jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the fourth and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known
Get
item?
up there, pause it.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So a parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1.
Give us a pause, Bay.
The swabbing of the outside.
Who's this nerd?
He's the DNA. He's a crime lab guy. He's going to talk about DNA. But in the interim, see Kaylee's comment. And just before we got Kaylee's comment, I got a text from Sleuthy like, nah. This is not about the asshole. It's our original instinct that jurors have been scoffing and laughing and rolling eyes at the Commonwealth's case. That would be obviously what our initial instinct was. It was just that we did have that fleeting thought. Is it possible it could have been a juror? So Kaylee makes the same point. Mandy is like, let me send you some screenshots of the commentary about how expressive she thinks that Hank bitched. So she sent me one about Sue. That
are they so? Timing's everything, though. Who are they laughing and scoffing at?
So Buchanan says Reed was pursuing Higgins. The laughing juror is now laughing again. We did actually read that before in real time, I think. One of the stoic jurors is slightly smiling. Let's see what else she said. These are Sue O'Connell's comments. One juror is laughing quietly and shaking his head sideways while writing in his notebook. I mean, I do remember because KKB usually gives us these updates to the whole class once Sue throws them out there. And I remember them always being with the Commonwealth's case. This one's like, one juror is openly laughing when he sees the person in the video with that look like a cell phone near his face. So that's a pretty big one.
Yeah.
That's obviously a huge one. So, I mean, that was our initial instinct. Like, oh no, the jurors have been
like that's
scoffing.
kind of, to be honest with you, it's like people that are sitting in a jury or on a jury in a case like this are well aware of the case that they're sitting on. Like OJ, when a thing takes on a life of its own, you kind of feel like you're quasi famous, even though we don't see the jurors. They feel that way. They feel like they're involved with this really, really big thing. So like typically when you get jurors, they're all very demure, they sit there and they're, quiet. And I think that when you're on a case like this as a juror, you just have a different vibe going. Than your typical juror, if that makes sense.
Well,
all right, can I hear
what
was the stipulation, by the way?
That it was not Proctor in the autopsy. It was a trooper. You guys put it, remind me, there was the one that everyone said, Keith somebody, and a Watson, I think it was.
Okay.
But before you unpause it, just because this is really boring, and we like to get blooping time for those of you that don't know, we love to build up our blooping time because I would have just blooped past this guy's entire credentials. We won't do it for like the important experts that like matter, but like cops. But anyway,
I mean, this guy is like a true power nerd.
Because Samantha says, "Have you ever seen had jurors do that?" So I wanted to start with the story, and I've I've never really, because we're not watching the jury that much. I've had jurors like laugh when something was like funny, but it wasn't necessarily like, I
I
can't
mean, I
remember.
can be hilarious. So yeah, I mean, jury laugh sometimes, you know.
But
Hey,
so I was going
take
to
a
tell.
drink of that big delicious water I brought you.
I am. Thank you so much.
It
So I
leaked.
want to tell a quick story. The first time I did a trial, the first trial I ever did, I did it all by myself, and I was just called Bob Senior like beforehand. What do I do when I pick a jury? Okay, so Bob Senior, and I'm in Philadelphia at the time. So Bob Senior, like
You're
he
fresh out of law school.
obviously, right? I mean, fresh. So, Bob Senior gives me some tips, tells me what to do, and says, but the one thing you want to do, you want to really connect with the jury, and you want to get them laughing. If you get them laughing, you won, right? So, I take that to the bank. I do exactly that. I'm engaging. I got jurors laughing, da 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 da, and then the other attorney decides right before we after we get the jury impanel, he wants to go back and like propose a settlement and like have a quick discussion with the judge, and then the judge like talks down to me in a sense, and it's like, I have never seen a voir dire like that in my entire life. And I was like, hey,
You're like, Judge, we were vibing. We were
I did what
vibing.
I was told.
That sounds like it was an old curmudgeon drug. Was it like a curmudgeon?
And it wasn't Philadelphia proper. It was like one of the really, really small.
It was Bucks County,
It
right?
was Bucks County. Yeah.
Yeah. And it
Yeah.
was civil. It was a civil case.
It was. It was. So.
All right. Yeah, that
All
was
right.
a shocking verdict in that case too, by the way. I'm still shocked. I'm like, what?
Even
We
with all
received
the
an item of
laughing.
1-1.1.
All right. Sorry for that interruption, guys.
And negative controls.
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process.
No,
to ensure
Jacqueline.
that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a
Not unless
negative
it was a
control
sidebar.
is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use, and that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when
Oh, I
as
got
an
another
analyst or
story. I'll
forensic
tell you on the
scientist
break.
who are assigned work within the
federal
DNA
judge in a
unit,
criminal
where do you
case.
retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do conversely in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA, and also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184?
All right, finally getting
pertaining
to this
this
case.
defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1.
All right, Meg.
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the
Hope you're
known
feeling
blood
better, Meg.
standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection. And then the analyst that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one from one person or single source.
Just
and
Jim.
Once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you used the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the third step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number. And the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now,
That's
can you
the
explain
worst
to the
example.
jury in general terms to start with the
This
process?
guy's sweet
That's
as
what I say.
pie.
Yes, he's
He's so sweet though. It's such a little nerd ball.
Sure. So
You're a real nerd off.
first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated.
I don't remember him.
I then
Did we see
interpreted and
him
make sure
first
that
row?
I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed,
No.
I then used the standard that was available to and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Everybody was burnt.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Taillight.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab?
All
I
right.
mean, somebody says yes. We did see this guy.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, Mark even
Do you mean like the
says he's
license
got new
plate?
glasses.
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Our subs
Your
are
Honor,
the
with the
best.
court's permission,
Yes.
this is a little detail as far as the testimony
I
goes.
don't have
Maybe.
a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Yannetti.
So
Yannetti's
the license plate
handling
was 3G6-684. Right, so, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Did you hear that,
Now,
babe?
with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able
Somehow
to generate a
Yannetti has
DNA
all the
profile
witnesses
from
Lally
that?
has, and I don't like
And
it.
from your comparative analysis from that question item
It's
to
weird.
that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the sample, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the
3.
DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what
Now
does
I
that mean?
can.
So an inclusion is
Yeah,
basically
tell me
when,
what we're evidence you're talking about.
I look at the question DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the
This is
characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 non-alien, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Babe,
What?
I asked you
Now,
that
that
earlier.
profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile,
Honey,
Robert Michael.
I had 2 screens up and of the same thing because I tried to play the voicemail.
Wow, guys. Wow.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, wait, real quick. Because sorry, I was getting a little bored and I wasn't paying attention. Was this and if I've got to go back and listen, I will, but I'm gonna trust somebody in the chat knows. Which piece of evidence did he just talk about? Was that some kind of taillight, did he say? Or do we know what piece had the 3?
Let us know in chat.
All right. Yeah.
Elizabeth felt so compelled after your snarky grandpa laugh that she said, didn't mean the grandpa thing in a bad way. My grandparents raised me and both passed 11 years ago.
Oh,
Condolences.
that's all right.
When I was just out of high school, my YouTube handle is Curious Liz. I definitely did not take it in a bad way. I took it in a heartwarming, loving way. So
I just like laugh if I think anyone's
laughing at me.
I do.
More than
I do.
laughing with me.
Sexiest grandpa in the world, hands down, no doubt. Check him out. He's
All
all
right.
mine. He's all mine. Back off. I
You know,
will.
All right, back to the nerd battle. Nerd, no, this is a nerd off. Nerd off.
Also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named
I'm gonna
Bodhi
check, guys.
Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yeah, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the tail light. And the DNA profile was, if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is this? What is the description of that?
I don't need to listen. It's
Yeah,
not
so
tail light.
3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many...
oh, God.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't make it last
Does
any
anyone
longer than it has to.
Does anyone remember? And if I've got to go back, I will. Now, just going back to the tail light, they said that they got DNA profiles from, was it Procter and Higgins, or who were the 2 profiles they got? I don't remember if they were brought to the lab or if the person from the lab did the swab. And that's what I want to know right now.
Let us know in chat.
Let us know in chat.
Hair.
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Now, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Thanks,
Yes.
Luth.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell. And that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar based on your training experience with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell. And we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Thanks, Luth.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab
and everyone else
equipped to
is saying
perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodhi Technologies in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodhi.
Shaft.
What testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
What? We don't even know if it was a human hair? Why did
Now,
I think that was his
turn your
hair?
attention to item 3-2.1.
Wait.
What is the description related to that item, sir?
I don't think that's what he was saying.
Oh.
On there, but it means that this was not performed.
Sorry, guys.
What
I've
does
been
that mean?
distracted.
Yeah, so STR analysis.
From the testing that you did on the hair.
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just have a good comment up there? What the fuck?
What is he talking
Now,
about? The hair on the
Calling your
car?
attention
Think
to
so,
item
yeah.
3-2.1.1. What is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there
Oh,
any further
I'm curious.
indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
Boring.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1. What is the
Pause
description
this
related
shit.
to that item?
Ugh,
Sorry.
Sample from stain A.
Killing me,
We'll have some
Smalls.
blooping.
yeah, lots
So
of-
I don't know why I've been thinking that that was John O'Keefe's hair. Why the fuck is he here? Why have we made such a big deal of the hair?
wait. Like, was he talking about the hair at that specific point? Because they're going through all
Yes.
kinds of DNA.
No,
There's
he
shit
said
on
it
the glass.
again. The hair, he said it again when you rewound it right to the spot where he said it again.
Well, what hair did he say was John O'Keefe's then? Earlier.
He didn't.
What? All right. Don't make me have to rewind this nerd. Like the whole
Let's
thing.
rewind
man.
and then we're fast forwarding.
Somebody
it.
who was really paying like close attention. They
Right,
only-
Sleuthy's
those
like, well, they
Sleuthy's-
only collected one hair. That's what everyone's saying.
No,
So
You know what? Here's what we got going on for us in our favor. Bob Alessi. He'll clear it all up for us, kid.
except we
We're
heard
gonna plow
Yannetti.
through. We're gonna-
Yannetti. You keep saying
Oh,
that. But
dang.
Yannetti will do the same. Yannetti will do
Dave.
the same.
I love you, Nettie.
All right, then we'll just wait. We'll all just talk shit.
Wait.
We're in the direct of this guy.
Yeah, like look, we just talk shit.
Because yes, that is our safety here, guys. We can kind of talk shit and half pay attention. Nexus wants us to rewind, but wait till you hear my explanation here.
Because
That-
let's all admit, none of us really pay attention during any of the directs, but we all pay very close attention during the cross examinations. It's true. It's true.
All right.
Right,
Well, Gigi
plow
says
through
someone
this.
testified last year that the mitochondrial DNA matched Officer John O'Keefe from the Lexus hair. But here's the thing: people can rewind on their own time, and
Definitely.
every single piece is going to get re-brought up on cross. He's gonna be like, all right, so you had this and this, and you had this and you had that. So let's just keep going, is what I think.
A on upper right leg of jeans.
Attention to another item, 7-1.2.1. What is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
Slow the chat.
And is there any further indication as to whom those genes belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1,
right.
what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the genes of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you were referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as far as the jeans, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA
Holy
profile
shit.
from this item is
The
at least
DNA
50
on John's
octillion
shirt was
times more
DNA?
likely
Was
if
John's?
it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an
Mind blown.
unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Wow.
And again, sir, that number
riveting.
as far as 58 octillion times more likely. How many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Sir, are you trying to
Sir, if I
tell
could take
us
you down to
John was wearing his
listed
own
as
shirt?
15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14?
All right, here we go. Here's some glass, I think, or
And what was the
towel.
description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom
stain.
right
Still on
of gray
stain.
long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors,
Now we got
including male
2.
DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 nonillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and made sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoot, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your
Who
report to
touches
what you
your
have listed
shoe?
as number 10, there are a
Seriously.
number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
Who?
And starting with
How many fingers are on
item
your shoe?
7-17.2.1, what is the description
I'd
associated
say it's
with
the
it?
least
Sample
likely
from
to
stain
be.
A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
All right, pause it real quick.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is
Gives
the
people
description
some
associated
science.
with that?
All right, so when they say it's too complex and that they can't do it, it's because they're obviously, like you're hearing, everybody's got two sets of alleles from their own parents, so you've got two at all these markers. The numbers are not that I can't think right now like what the numbers are, but let's say they go up to like I don't know, all the numbers are the same. So you've got like 1, 20, 7, 10, 15. If you've got 5, you've got all these numbers swirling around. They're all the same numbers. There is just no way for them to tell which numbers go with which person, because typically the way they do it when it's a mixed sample, they look at the peaks. So when they run the DNA, they get like peaks based on the amount of DNA there. So if I deposit my DNA on an item and Bob deposits his DNA on an item.
Deposits.
I said deposits. I thought
I
you
know.
said deposits.
I was repeating it because it's pretty, I don't know.
Wow. All right. Jesus, man.
Inside joke.
Anyway, we're going to inside. Wow, that's what she said. Okay, so we're gonna put. I'm not gonna leave more of one part of my DNA and less of another. So when they look at the peaks, the two that that they numbers that are closely peaked with each other, that's a minor and a major. Like, all right, there's more of this person's DNA. So when I see this number at that height, I know it goes with the other number. But sometimes when you get 5, you're gonna have multiple people that have multiple of the same number at the same location. So it could go up 3 times, and you're like, well, how do you know what is what? So I mean, I'm not doing a real good job right now of explaining it, because I did explain it much better on the Valopod, but it really is impossible. I don't even think that lab can do it with 4 contributors. It's like, once you get to 3, you're already having to figure out, like who's who is very, 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 very difficult, because it could be that 2 of the minor contributors have a 7 at the same location, and that peak looks similar to the major contributors' peaks. So you could be just, miscalculating and being like, all right, I think that's the major. Well, no, you know what? That's 3 of the minors, with the same number, or that's, I don't know. So that's the explanation. They really can't do it. I don't think it's any sort of conspiracy. If they had tried to do it like in any other case where you're like trying to figure out who people are, they could pin it on anybody like that. They could just
And I mean,
however they want.
Defense has the opportunity to test it on their own with their own expert as well. Typically,
right? Or at least look at the results and see if there's something else, other testing that needs to get done, assuming there's some left. I know there was some of it was all used up, but
yeah, if they haven't exhausted the sample, because sometimes that'll happen, and the lab, frankly, has to let the sides know, or at least let law enforcement or the prosecutor know, like, look, we can develop a profile from this, but the reality is that we're going to exhaust all the DNA, which means down the road, if there is a defense attorney that has the resources, or their client does, to get their own testing done, which frankly isn't the case very often, now there's not going to be any left. So then you're stuck. Like, we used Carl Reich, who's a brilliant DNA guy, in Garcia, and we were stuck having to just have him pour through all the data.
Now I could
the testing.
You could say, in theory, you got 5, and for sure, or you're going to assume that you've got 4 of the profiles, like John, Karen, let's just say Proctor and Buchanek. you could probably be like, all right, I'm going to compare the peaks and assume it's this. That all checks. That would make sense to be Karen. That would make sense to be John. That would make sense to be, and like have a leftover profile. But you'd really need to know all of the people in there because, and even then, I don't think it would be scientifically, valid because we all have the same numbers in different places. So you could literally make the profile fit to anyone once you've got 5 people in there. You really can.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Sample from stain C on top front left of
Begs
orange
the question:
t-shirt.
why are there 5 on his shoe?
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated
Speed him
with
up.
that?
Sample from stain E on
already
back left
fast.
shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains.
We're going
on
to go
the
to
orange t-shirt of
1.25
Mr.
unless
O'Keefe,
someone
correct?
complains because he
Correct.
doesn't already speak.
Now turning your
fast.
attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group search, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. It's like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
All right.
Now,
So
lastly,
Sean
sir,
bled on his
did
shirt.
you
Thank you.
perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to
look at
each,
the
the
text.
right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe,
You know
both of
this?
those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Thank God.
Yes. All right. Slow it back down to regular speed. For Yannetti, babe. Put it back to regular speed for Yannetti.
Good morning.
Okay.
And then we need a family discussion
Mr. Porto,
on
I
the
would like
texts
to
here.
start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report.
Can assume no since he's asking here.
For taillight, there was another item that was item 2-3.1, which is sample from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included into
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Did you have?
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, or you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's jeans, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the jeans. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
That's suspicious.
And again, this is the same pair of jeans that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Oh.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
stain D? Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
Right.
With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his genes, who contributed the DNA to who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally,
That's
with regard to
weird.
that upper right leg of the genes, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
He was
And
in. He's
who was
wearing his
the other
jeans.
contributor to that stain on the genes?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.61.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to
That's
the
true.
unstained area of the exterior of the genes, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the genes?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes.
Based on the
That's
description, yes.
suspicious.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir. I'm not trying to make this any more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say
Oh my God.
whether it occurred
Oh,
prior
boy.
to
Oh,
January?
Oh my
boy.
God. Oh my
This
God.
is a clear example of tech wizardry. It's usually on our banner here. I got to put up a banner here.
Were you
I need
provided
banner.
any information
Rewind it a
about
little bit.
just how
Keep
often
it
he had been
here.
in
I was
that to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022?
What?
Objection. So moving on to
Wait,
7-3.1,
He objected and she sustained.
which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct?
Oh boy, here
See
we
that
go.
on your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you have interpreted it as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors. So it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that
They'll do
with
4.
regard
It's
to the
crazy.
sneaker, at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
You like apples? I got a number.
Moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
Someone's pulling his shirt, huh?
Did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and
That's strange.
whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
Oh,
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today.
upper right.
Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not.
All right.
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustain to that.
Why?
He said something he didn't like.
No, she sustained. Did anyone ever provide you with their profiles?
I may have one moment, Judge.
Yeah. Lally didn't like it.
No, but she sustained it. So
Right. I mean,
he's done.
Lally won.
You like apples? I got a number. How do you like them apples?
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today.
Thanking him ahead of time. He's
You
about to
wrote
get him.
reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case,
I did.
and you are directed pursuant to protocol to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send the reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain.
He got it out.
Jury's
He got it out.
Strike the question.
But he
got
wanted
out.
it. He wanted to say because he's the lead investigator.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, he's trying to reformulate a
Mr.
question.
Porto, based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Possible there, asshole.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now,
What about if somebody got their ass?
turning your
beat in the
attention
house?
back to
They
item
probably leave DNA in
3-1.1,
that
I
that
mean,
is sample from the
I think he
passenger
was
side
expecting
tail
it
light
to be like
of
all
the
the time,
defendant's vehicle,
and it
correct?
wasn't.
Yes. He's hoping.
And
That's
Mr.
what he got.
O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's
1.2.
passenger side tail light, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical What is the number associated with that?
Because we forgot.
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report.
I'm just going to repeat everything I did before.
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange T-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor. Is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
Yeah, we know, Lally. He was wearing his fucking
shirt. As far
shirt.
as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange T-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as a comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
An answer.
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Time.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
I'd ask him, did you get a swab of his skin on the hand?
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Nothing further.
Thank God.
You all set, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You are all set, Mr. Porter.
Thank you
very much.
All right. Well, you did a great job, Lally. You did a great job. John O'Keefe was wearing his shirt, everybody.
I'll call Ashley Valier to stand.
Ashley Valier.
Bloop, 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 bloop. He's checking his thing instead of blooping.
I had to check my card.
I'm going to take control, people.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Look at all that blue.
Please introduce yourself to the jury,
Oh, it's the
spelling your
puzzle
last name.
girl.
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
This will take
And
a
where do you
while.
work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Tail
And
light puzzle.
where did you go to
maker.
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego, and a master degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Testifying about this case.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
1.5.
What did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Babe, why don't you bloop?
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
You guys want to hear
a
her
little over
background?
6 years.
Tough shit. We don't.
It's when you start your training.
It's like magic. This is real tech wizardry.
Before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, which
Clean your tool. Cleaning of the tool.
gives a
Case number 22-02184
Hey.
pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed.
All right, pause it
Yes.
real quick.
Oh my God.
And what
Well,
type of
people
work
are
were you
asking,
assigned
so
to
I'm
do
just
in
going to let them know. So this is the woman who took all the pieces of all the shards and put them back together and recreated the taillight. She
Yeah.
also might have some information about any DNA. If there was any DNA on pieces, I'm not sure. But so all we did is blew past her background, and Bob literally got it to exactly when they first mentioned this case. I'd still stick her at 1.25, babe, but let's go. And the cocktail glass, yes, all the glass, all the plastic. She's puzzle piecing stuff together, and she's going to analyze if it was the same, same glass, same plastic, where it came from, which pieces didn't come from anywhere known. Random pieces of
I
glass.
was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how were each of those items packaged when you received them?
Here we go.
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times. When you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The question items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with the list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I?
Honor.
You have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Is there any objection?
I'll just call.
No objection at all.
So feel free to use your.
They
Thank you.
puzzle maker.
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you labeled those specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of
Babe, is
each
this
of those items.
1.25?
No.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road.
Gonna eat up all that blooping.
I looked at,
All right, leave it.
I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same
You're right.
container, the same
Put it back
brown
to
paper
one.
bag.
She talks fast.
Documented that individually. Inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items
We don't know
inside.
yet, Amy.
Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, so of course, I've shown Mr. Yannetti all the photos in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them,
There is
Mr.
no
Mayor?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark?
More
I did a
Yannetti.
super deep dive
Your Honor, if
on
I
all
could,
these
I would
pieces,
like
where
to
they were,
clarify that.
Okay.
where they were found, how she put them together,
Ms. Valier,
what
I'm
time they
showing
were
you,
found, first
four
trial.
photographs. You recognize those?
They have a better chalk this time, though.
I made my own chalk. I talked about it with Melanie Little, but
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
Again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
You're on the Commonwealth seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A through D.
Right, those are current. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all current.
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder?
Yes.
No, sit down.
If you have them in sections, we can do that.
Bloop, bloop.
Oh, blooping. Wait, he's asking her a super important question right now.
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-1?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're fine.
She does this again when the picture's up. That's why I was, but it's fine.
Piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
You're on the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
Why doesn't he do all of them at the same time? And then,
171 A and B.
oh, he is.
My apologies, Your Honor. With
Oh,
the
no,
court's
it's not.
permission, may I publish some of those?
Yes.
photos?
Go to the corner, Mr. Lally. You're punished.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen? That is the
Look at
bag
that thing.
associated with the
You're
passenger
insane.
side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125.
It was used as toilet paper, everybody.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are those same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905.
So what I'm suggesting, like later, is that we
Ms.
bloop
Valier,
past
as far
identifying
as
the
with
first.
each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
There's the piece that just had Allie
May I approach again?
mind fucked for days.
I think that is it.
I think that's it. That's
I
the
didn't
piece.
think. I didn't think it looked like the one.
like this piece. Sending it to all her family, trying to crack the case.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
All right, I'll talk
Photos of
over
item
this. Just about
7-6.
to see it again, but
That's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag. Is that correct?
I was
Yes.
trying to confirm that the
And what was
pictures the
description
CERT team
for item
took
7-6?
matched the items
Piece
she was
of
putting
plastic
back. in
clear recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
the ones that very first day to make sure they were really in that puzzle,
172 A and B.
and they were. They will
With
be.
the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921. And then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. To review those.
Boring.
Right. So I say zip
recognize
past
those?
her,
I do.
her recognizing them, and just go right to when they're on the screen. There we go.
Or I'll do some expert.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931.
Wait, what?
And
What
Ms.
about the
Gilman,
bag?
if you could
Gives a shit
zoom in
about
just
the
a little
bag.
on those
Oh,
items.
it's
please.
important. You'll see.
34. And then 1934. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Lair, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7 dash? What are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
I'm gonna find my
May I
chart.
approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Find your chart. Charting.
Photos of
Photographs
separated them
7-19. Each of those items.
for Fairview Road, Fairview.
Exhibit A and B.
For A.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please. And then 1962. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Got it.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
A piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
19 and 1956. And again, Ms. Blair, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Come in, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
There were no physical matches to those, by the way.
As the next exhibit A. May I publish, Your Honor? And 1982. Again, Ms. Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
There was no
Yes.
physical match with any of those
May I
pieces.
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos. Bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what's the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14 glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next
Okay.
exhibit, A and B. And 2018.
3 fits from that one.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Lear, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll go back, see where she collected them from.
I got it right here.
7-.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what's the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14 glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I don't have the date for that one.
She doesn't delineate whether it was the road or the yard.
Have 20.
Photo I took.
Two other photographs. What do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again,
Oh, that was
one from the
February
bag and then one of
10th.
the items moved from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll seek to introduce the
Where?
next exhibit A.
Covered where?
9-7. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Villiers, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Oh my God.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, can you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
14.
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll seek to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
Yes.
And 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Villiers, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Photos of item 7-15.
Again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
17 had 8 pieces of red and colorless apparent plastic.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the public.
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077, please. Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned. And Ms. Villiers, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
Don't worry, Carolyn.
May I approach again? Your
Davey
Honor?
Nutty will ask.
Oh, I found my whole. Whew. I got it all now. Any questions you have? I got this
Photographs, do
huge
you recognize
spreadsheet.
that?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the
Share
jury
this
what
to
was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Published, Your Honor?
On February
2040.
18th at 11:30 a.m.
Ms.
by
Gilman,
Trooper
if you could
Proctor,
zoom in just a little.
by the way.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Villiers, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Oh, sorry, 7/16. This was February 18th.
Ms. Gilman, you can
Trooper
take
Proctor.
that down.
See, I did all this when I really thought I was
Now,
going to
with
find.
respect to each of these items
I didn't
that
find.
you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the questioned items, what are you doing with reference to each of those questioned items first?
First, I document them as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all of the 7 items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes
Yes.
as to, thank you.
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled, and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those.
What?
3 pieces of apparent plastic.
Wait, what?
And when you
Pause
say
that.
no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
What?
Yeah.
That's not what she said last time. She said there was one piece that fit into 3-1 of Karen's taillight.
Okay.
Oh, did you pause it for me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 7-5, okay, was examined on February 2nd. All right. The collection date on the evidence bag said February 4th of 2022. And which was the same as the seal date. What I have here before is that she said yes. Did it fit into the taillight? One piece which fit into 3-1 of Karen's taillight for 7-5.
Inconsistencies. You know who's going to bring that up? Dave United.
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
They didn't fit with each other.
Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So a mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match. It's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So the item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to, lastly for this purpose, item 7-16, a piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
It's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break. We'll see you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. It's where you can walk out right back to jurors.
Please rise for the jury.
And can I see counsel for a minute, please?
Oh, thank God we have blooping.
Yes, we do.
A lot of blooping.
I do have a printout.
Lally's killing me. It's killing me.
I can't remember if I...
You are unmuted.
So I did this whole like detailed printout of when it was collected, what's on the evidence bag, because I was expecting to find a piece of, I was looking for any piece of plastic that was recovered on the first date that, and I know there's still time for them to get it there, but I was thinking that none of the pieces that the CERT team found were in the taillight. So that's why I got like so deep into it, but it ended up that they were. You could actually see the picture in the snow from the CERT, even though they didn't like label everything right, and then see it when she recreates it. So my little spreadsheet says what the date it was collected per the evidence bag, because there is some shit that's wrong there. The date the lab received it, and then what was in the bag, what was labeled on the bag it was in the bag versus what was actually in the bag, and then where the pieces fit together at the end. So
I think when we get to the updated and improved chalk, it's going to be better all around. You know, it's like they probably ended up doing what you were doing on your own in terms of the chalk, you know, because it was very confusing trying to follow what the hell they were doing. All right. So
what they
what
say
we're going
right
to be hearing now is the continuation of the argument that we heard at the end of court yesterday regarding the very late turnover of a new report by Aperture,
changing the time.
changing the timeline for the Commonwealth. And she had asked Bob Alessi to talk to his witnesses to see how long they'd need to look through new shit. This thing should be kept out. We talked about it last night with Mark. This should not be coming in. But I fear that she's going to allow it to come in, and she's just going to tell them, look, you can give a vigorous cross on it. You can point out the fact that they've changed their timeline in the middle of the case, you know, bring that kind of shit up.
All right, let's see.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. All of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. It just no collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline. And we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had. And I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing.
The whole fucking trial.
With regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense
from opening
analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point. And to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period.
Yeah, we're fluid.
We're fluid, Your Honor. Look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 38 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation. There is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury. And it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them and eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, please. Here comes the gaslighting. We didn't change anything, Your Honor. This is all the same.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the defense is very confused.
Oh,
Your Honor, clocks are different.
They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be. This has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline. The Commonwealth is not changing any information.
Nope.
The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided.
No relationship.
The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12/31/43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock and an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance.
But what time did you put it at?
Provided a report. We believe that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the Telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a three-point turn about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the Telestream and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody.
Yes, it does.
Jim McCabe's
This guy's
text message
fucking
where
full of
she said
shit.
She thought she
What is he
saw
talking about?
a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors.
It was last time.
It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorga. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense.
Oh my God,
because
this
it
fucking guy.
further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's
Yes,
not
it is.
late discovery. It's not a Rule
Yes,
14
it
violation.
is.
It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
Oh God, I just can't wait till he gets up and clears us all up.
Right ahead, Mr. Alessi. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time. So I gave you more leeway.
If
So
you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
go right ahead.
So 2 items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made. We believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline. In his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th, he references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, and he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today, that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance.
To
so
match
what
with
the Commonwealth
testimony.
is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr.
I would
Brennan?
appreciate the clarification.
I'm not sure what he's saying, so.
It sounds like DeBrosia or whatever.
His name is DeSoder, yes.
DeSoder, you're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st, or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So I did, just so I'm clear, what is it that the rebuttal?
Mr. Brennan, all right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth?
Too fucking bad, woman. Is she kidding? This is a trial.
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher.
Oh, I can't with her.
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it.
Who gives a shit?
Ian Whiffen's
Pause it.
report
Why
was
did
built
you
with
ask
the
that
defense
fucking guy
and our experts
what
months.
the Commonwealth's opinion is? Since when does that matter?
And we'll bloop back because how many fucking times did Brennan stand up there with no basis and accuse the defense and demand voir dires?
She hauled Rensselaer and Wolf in to answer a bunch of bullshit about fucking money that was paid for a report that was prepared before anybody knew about them. And you know how you handle this? You deny the new fucking motion or the new report coming in. It's simple. If you want to take your break, Bev, deny it. It's out. It's barred. You're sticking with what you said. You're sticking with what your expert tendered. Game over. Let's move on. That's it. Like, this is ridiculous.
I don't think that
This guy, dude, this guy says so much shit that has nobody. He's just said, that his guy just came up with a way all of a sudden, conveniently, after Whifford's fucking testimony, to be able to particularize when the variance happens and what the variance is. We don't know what it is. That alone requires a voir dire. He's developed this new way to figure out what the variance is. Well, the defense has a right to know that.
Right, and the defense didn't bring up that issue, and they just didn't make it as far. If you were with us last night, we were discussing this with Mark Betterow.
Oh, I can't.
We were hoping the defense would come back and very firmly demand a mistrial with prejudice, demand it get tossed, that this is bullshit, that if she allows this evidence in, they want a mistrial with prejudice. And
how is she addressing the issue of the testimony that's already in evidence of witnesses? Like, how is she doing that? Like, does she not understand what's going on here? She's confused. And Brennan's sitting up there with his fucking head completely shoved up his ass, not listening to a word that Alessi is saying. Not a word of it.
Just keep saying the same thing. We didn't change anything. We didn't change anything. All right, bloop back 5 seconds or whatever.
And months. Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr.
Right there, what
Welcher,
Mindy said.
Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis. In the report, show us where something has changed.
Your Honor, to inform you, Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you. Change.
20 minutes.
Nine.
Thank you.
All right, so the court, please.
Wow. That infuriates me.
She can't believe a word Brennan says anymore. She just
doesn't
can't.
give a shit.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Brennan, do you have a problem with us voir-diring your witness on this? Yes, I do. I don't want my witness being questioned on this. No,
when
there's
is
no
she
basis.
asking the lawyers if they have a problem
Because
with
she
the
was
court?
hoping he'd say no.
Wow. Who gives a shit what he says?
Right.
She's seriously, I don't remember her asking the defense if they were, had a problem with her voir-diring the witnesses. And I'm talking about Wolf and Rensler. She did that.
Right.
I don't remember her asking, hey, do you guys mind? I mean, she doesn't give a shit if lawyers mind. She's the judge. That right there was incredibly clear in terms of where her bias stands. That's repugnant. That's just disgusting.
Just Jim says, thank you for always being our voice. We're all screaming the same things into our screens. $50 on it if you punch Brennan when he come to visit. No, my man is not getting arrested.
Yeah.
Maybe it was like 50 million.
Yeah, that'd be worth it for a little that'd probably be like a simple assault. All right. So what should we do to kill time? Oh, I know.
How much blooping do we have?
We're blooped.
We're blooped.
We are all blooped out. I had to move past the blooping and I went straight to the slider. So we're current time. Well, we probably only have like 4 or 5 minutes of break left. Oh God, I can't with him. I'm like, I can't with Brennan. Like in with her, like she is just like I don't understand in what world she thinks that there's any kind of curative thing that can be done with this trial to turn back the hands of time to the things that have already been testified to. Not just by expert, by lay witnesses. I mean, what they're saying is that they've been relying on this timeline, even if they all understand there's a variance. But now this guy has come up with some kind of mystery black box way to figure out exactly what the variance is, which just so happens so conveniently happens to match just about exactly what Whiffin's timeline is beyond. It's beyond. It literally is the choose your own adventure of criminal cases.
All right. Well, but I think the prosecution's going to argue the reason it matches is because it was right.
What was right?
What
It's a
I
variance.
mean, whatever Whiffin came to, the reason it matches is because they both came to.
Know. How would that guy know a goddamn thing?
Well, here's what I do know. So I looked into yesterday whether, because an extraction report, I was thinking doesn't necessarily use the same, time that's on your clock that's being displayed, but they do use the internal clock. So all those times are going to match that. What I couldn't understand is, because they said something like John's phone always ran either slow or fast. That I didn't get. Like, how the hell does a clock on your iPhone not, run right? I understand that the Lexus time might be different than the time that like seconds of that. But why would it change? Okay, from 1 second to the other? Wouldn't it always be the exact amount off? Like it makes no sense of why sometimes it's 11 seconds off and sometimes it's 20.
Like if you were to compare some kind of triggering action in the Lexus, whatever happens. So like for instance, when she does the 3-point turn, if that triggers something in the in the system in the Lexus, and then you compare it to the time on John's phone, if he has a trigger, I'm assuming that what the problem is for them in terms of the variance is there's no times that line up exactly, like where you could say, okay, the 3-point turn took place.
That's what I thought, Sleuth.
At 2:27. I would never go punch anybody ever. So don't worry about it. We were kidding, obviously, because somebody will put that shit up on like a Twitter or some shit. Oh, Bob's right. Yeah,
he's gonna do it for $50 million.
Yeah, these streets out here, they're filled with stupid. But do you understand what I'm saying, babe? Like, I don't think that they're finding any two times from one being from the Lexus and one being from John's phone that exactly line up so that you can say, okay, the 3-point turn happened here and John opened the phone with his face and it just so happened to be the exact same time.
But shouldn't the time, for example,
those things, what I'm saying is you're not getting things to line up to compare what that variance is between.
All right, but here's an example.
4 different things.
They walk out of the bar, right? They get in the car, the time that the clock, everything has a time. So the time of the ignition and that they start moving. They should be able to dictate from Waze, giving directions, saying how far, when the car started moving and when, so, or for example, at least when they turn off of one street to another, I don't know.
Yeah, but how you like that? That's not what the issue is. The issue is lining up with John's phone. Like, I mean, like what I'm saying is John has to be doing some.
Whose phone had Waze up? Hers or his?
John's phone had Waze.
Right. So when the car starts, Waze is calculating how far you're traveling.
Waze is a different clock than Apple.
I don't know if that's right, because if the extraction is using the internal time, and I don't know that, I mean, that would require, that's all the things that they need to figure out, though. That's all the things the defense.
They've been trying to figure it out. And what this guy is saying, this guy being Hank Brennan, is now saying that his expert has somehow figured out in some kind of magical way, a way to know what the variance is. Like that's what this new report is. Like we've somehow, like he's what's his face? He's True Allele guy.
Right.
Oh yeah, I've got a new black box DNA profile thing that is like it magically just gets it, a much more accurate profile in terms of whether or not it's somebody's DNA, and didn't give up the science behind it in order to prove it up. I mean, it's Daubert shit.
So like is Hank saying that the variance was given as 21 to 25 seconds and we just pinpointed it and it's within that 21 to 25 seconds variance.
Like, Bob's got to sit down and think about it. Like, he doesn't just want to voir dire him on the possibility that the sequestration order has been violated. And if you guys didn't catch what, the sequestration is, if you're a witness that has not testified, you cannot listen to the other testimony that's going on. Obviously, in the world that we live in, that's super easy to do because you can pop on 50 different channels that are streaming this trial. And it's really easy for a witness to do that. So he was alluding to the fact that he believes that witness, Welch or Watch or whoever it is, watched it in terms of Whiffin's testimony and then tailored his shit, said, all right, I got to figure out a way to make this time match up with Whiffin, and spent the next week and a half figuring shit out so their shit lines up. Like,
Right.
that's what he's saying he wants to voir dire him on. What I'm suggesting, he needs to voir dire him on that for sure.
But
He also needs to voir dire him. Right. He's got to ask for a dauber. Like Hank just can't come in here and say that this guy figured out a way to completely figure out what the variance is so that it's accurate. It's an accurate reading. No, that's not how this works. Not in courts of law.
But if everybody's saying that Waze didn't match the time on his phone, let's think about this from an extraction report scenario. Your phone is going to say when you opened Waze, right? Or when you when you put whatever the address into Waze. So if somehow Waze, which I it's not like they got data from Waze directly, did they? But if that time was wrong between the phone and Waze, somehow that should be able to be cleared up, because the phone's going to tell you when you opened Waze and put the new address in. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know either, because we haven't had anybody testify to it yet. So because I'm looking at Waze.
Matt B said Waze comes from system clock on phone, right? But the system clock on the phone, at least from what I looked at yesterday, says it uses the internal clock on the phone, which would be the same time that his phone displays to him. And if it does use the system clock on the phone, shouldn't it match? Shouldn't it all match? John Miller, he resent his voicemail. He's furious at Hank and Bev. Hey, let's let John rant. I want to hear John's rant. I'm hoping it's a rant, John.
I'm going to throw it up. I'll look at the screen this time to make sure that y'all can hear it. Okay. All right. So I've got OnlyFan up. We're not going to miss 1 second of this. All right.
I don't understand it other me myself.
Okay. Okay. Wait. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. So, all right. Let me know if you tell me right away if you can hear it. Wait, John.
I hate him.
Okay. 60. I don't get this thing, man. Okay. Johnny. All right. Here we go. Let me know if you can hear it.
Okay, let me try this once again. My second attempt. I'm doing this on a tablet, so maybe that's why you can't hear it as well. I am furious right now at Hank Brennan and the judge. Karen Reed is not receiving a fair trial if she allows this changed report in. I just don't understand it. I'm new to the true crime. I'm a sports guy. I work in the horse racing industry. I saw Turtle Boy on something on Barstool Sports, and somehow I got involved in this Karen Reed trial before the trial. So I watched a lot of the pre-trial hearings before 1.0, and I just can't. I'm just amazed about all the BS. So I watched that trial, hung jury. I was shocked. And then I started watching YSL somehow and watched that trial, and that was even more crazy.
Crazy.
At least they got the judge out of there after a bunch of unbelievable things. I mean, a lawyer was put in jail and all this stuff. And then now I'm watching 2.0, and I'm just amazed. Like, why do they try to hide evidence? I mean, aren't we looking for the truth in both of these cases? And then, like YSL, these defendants were held in deplorable conditions. It makes no sense. And both prosecutors, all three of them, Lally, Hank Brennan, and I can't remember the lady, the two women down there in Atlanta's names, because I wanted to forget about them. They were so bad. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, what is this? What our justice system is? This is amazing. I'm just so frustrated with this. Anyway, I watched the first trial with Melanie Little, and she's great. But I use a speaker, and I have trouble hearing the testimony on her channel. So I found you guys through her somehow, and you guys boost the sound, and I can hear it great. And you guys make me laugh, and I enjoy the chat here. This is only my second week here, but I really enjoy your content. I've actually watched a documentary on a case that you had with that crazy, I guess he was like a wannabe doctor, not a very smart doctor. And it was weird. Allie got kicked off, and Bob, you and your father, like, I don't know, removed yourself before the verdict. I don't know. It was kind of weird. They didn't really go into it, but anyway, but keep up the good work. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed Bettero last night, and I just hope Karen Reed can finally get a not guilty and just be done with this. This is totally not fair to her. I mean, and another thing, like, what about all the money she has to spend? And it's just not right. I mean, that's what they want you to do. They want to overcharge you, bankrupt you, and make you forced to take a plea. It's ridiculous. I don't know. And then, I don't know, this lady that's on the stand right now, I don't get it. I don't understand the thing about putting the tail light back together or anything. I don't know. And where was that collected? 34 Fairview Road. Well, okay, but where? Doesn't make sense. And then one other thing I always thought maybe, and I'm not a conspiracy guy, but is it possible when the O'Keefes went back to One Meadows while Karen was Section 12, I think Karen said she threw a piece of taillight on the ground in that driveway. Do you think maybe they picked it up and gave it to someone in the state police, and that could have been like some of the first pieces they found? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Anyway, thanks for letting me leave a voicemail. I hope you can hear this. Keep up the good work. I'm out.
Well, now you know. Now you know why we love the voicemail thing. The voicemail thing. It's awesome. We love hearing from you guys.
OnlyFans, so people don't start having
conniptions,
yeah,
freaking out.
We need our own
minds. Thank you, John. That was awesome. We heard you loud and clear, and
Yes.
Phenomenal message. Great job, man.
Love the
Great
rant.
job.
Love the
We
rant.
all could feel your outrage. And there you go. That's why if you pile up a bunch of money and send it over, and we're telling you to make the voicemail, make the voicemail, because they're awesome. We love them. All right. All right.
Klaus says, Brennan says nothing has changed. Then why did you turn over? I was asking this. I was about to say the same thing. What's the new report? Nothing has changed. He said, wouldn't something new indicate a change? If she lets this in, I will devote my free time bringing attention to this bullshit. Thank you.
What's changed is his guy is claiming that he has now been able to figure out a way to figure out exactly what the variance is. That's what's changed. He's saying he's been able to pinpoint exactly what the variance is. And it just so happens that his pinpointed variance number, whatever that time is, just so happens to be almost exactly what Whiffen testified to.
And after the last steps, and that was a big thing for the defense, that he navigated the phone and made those steps after the triggering event, after the cars was supposed to be gone. And they still have to deal with the fact that if Karen Reed's car struck John O'Keefe at 12:32, how was she back at the house at 12:36?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like a great mystery. All right, I'm trying to figure out.
All right,
Andy, I
here's what
know we
Sleuthy
got
said,
your
by the way.
Huh?
Here's what Sleuthy said, by the way. This is her notes from yesterday. Their defense end work. So the range before was 12:31:38 to 12:31:40.
And I think it was 20 to 30-minute break. It was a long one.
Well, that's only 2 seconds, though. If there really was it amended the report trigger time to occur from 12:31:42 to 12:32:16. That's more than, is it 20 within 25? So 42, you got 8, 16. I guess it's 22 seconds. But shouldn't he have already incorporated the variance in his time the first time? That's
Yeah, you know how you fix this? You keep that new report out. You keep that, like, there are so many issues with bringing this thing in that it's just got to go away. And that's exactly what she needs to do. Like, there is only one decision for her. If she gives a shit about this thing not getting turned over on appeal and kicked back for a third trial, she needs to keep that report out.
Carrie makes a good point. Carrie True Crime, just dawned on me. John O'Keefe was wearing a hat, so his hair was covered when he's hit by an SUV. So how did the hair get on the SUV? I mean, they can't even say it's his hair. I just don't even get why they are even making such a big deal of the fact that there is a hair. Oh, I think what people were saying is that somebody did mitochondrial testing at a different lab, and that's how they say it was his hair. That's going to come up later. But yeah, he's wearing a hat. How did it get there at that point in time?
And he had really short hair. Like, John had very short hair. Like most cops do. Did they get into, when does the DNA from the arm wounds come in? Did that come in?
Not yet, no. Sarah D says, my dad won a murder trial based mostly on the fact that the police did not collect the evidence correctly. Dismissed with prejudice. This case would have made his head explode. Yeah, I mean, other judges have the gumption. We saw it in what's his name?
Who?
The actor.
Alec Baldwin.
Yes, the Alec Baldwin case. You know, it's like,
I hear you, me, myself. I know it, man. It's like the motion to dismiss, the second one should have been granted because there is no cure for the shit.
Is this the real Liz Reed? Both of you do great work. Love to my sister and our family and our spectacular defense team. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And all 1,188 people here right now are sending love to your sister and your family and the defense team as well.
100%. 100%. Thank you for checking in.
Yes, thank you. 5 a.m. Research became a member. What's 5 a.m. Research get, babe?
Aw, family hug. Welcome. Welcome to the fam. All right, we're back up and running. We're back up and running.
Amy's positive pathways. Order of witnesses confusing, or is it just me? Yeah, I think that did sound like Alessi mixed that up, but he still has the issue of they want to recall, and if they're getting to recall, although I don't think it is, good enough, at least a SIR reply is in order as far as I'm concerned. All right, could you please answer my SC from earlier? Super chat reality check. Oh, did I miss something? Let's see. Sorry that you had to do it again. Reality check. Reality check. Wait. I don't see it. Hey, Mandy, can you help us find reality check's comment from earlier? And if you can, if you want to put it in the regular chat, we'll keep an eye right now for it. Keep an eye right now for it. All right. So Matt says if the system time and the GPS time don't match in a forensic extraction, it usually indicates one of the following: tampered logs, device drift, manual change. In this situation, the GPS is accurate. Well, Matt seems to know what he's talking about. I mean, there's all of this needs to be explored. You can't just throw this shit up in the middle of trial.
Right. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts.
Oh, and Brian's letting people know the Defense Diary has a podcast about the Garcia case.
Yeah, no, we definitely stayed through the verdict.
Let me see if we can find something from reality check over here.
We ended up
on the regular chat.
We withdrew before the sentencing because Garcia wasn't talking to us at all. So the hope is that if because he was just gone, he was completely mentally gone. So the hope was that if the public defender took over for the sentencing, because there was like a big period of time between the end of the trial and the sentencing, that they could get Garcia to talk. Like he just shut down. Like it went through an entire trial and our client didn't say a word to us. Like,
Mandy,
if you ever seen pictures of
him,
I
found it. Sorry. Reality check. Should both sides choose not to call Proctor? Could the defendant call the corporal who fired him regarding the discharge and get the other texts in? They're not going to be able to get the text to his private friends, though. That there's a lot of text that was with his private friends. So I don't know that they would have considered those in the firing of him. So I don't think so. Reality check. Unless somehow I have to revisit the thing. I don't remember them talking about what he was saying. Thanks, Chrissy.
All right. So, Mix Valera, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mix Valera, we talked about sort of the physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
What's her name again?
Yes.
Oh.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between
Mandy
item
got to it.
715 and item 760?
2 pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with 2 pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those 4 pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
15 was.
Now, Ms. Valier, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11?
So 1 piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with 1 piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those 2 pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Hey, pause it real quick. So they were together at one point in time, but one was found, 7-6. I think she just said 7-6. Yeah, was found by the CERT team. And 7-11 was found on February 10th. So why so much snow needs to melt before they find the one to the other?
That's what Cross will be all about.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
and Ms. Valier, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those 3 items?
So 2 pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, 1 piece from item 7-9, piece A, and 1 piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Ms. Valier, are you aware
and none of them matched
that
the
there
tail
was
light?
an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
All right, here we go.
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially remove the items from those individual bags, place them on the table, and examine them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items,
she got them a year
later. There were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one day that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention
then none of them
to
fit
item
in the tail light.
3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
The tail light house.
Item passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
All of them? All of them?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just put the chalk up. Like, what's the point of the chalk?
Mayor, I'm showing you 3 additional photographs. You recognize what's the big
Now we don't have any blooping either.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
I keep calling
This is a
John Jim
comparison
Miller.
between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Your Honor, Commonwealth, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections to any?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
182A.
Oh, figures.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Me too, Amy.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096.
Sans bloops.
Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier, you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown. And on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Your mom?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light.
Where's that missing piece? Now it's that little
Is this the
what?
mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the taillight housing, and all of the various pieces that were found at 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms.
Where's
Gilman, you
the
can take
missing
that.
piece? There was always a missing piece.
Ms. Valier, lastly, in reference, did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much.
I'm looking at my pictures from last year.
And what did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So it was 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Were there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those are all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
Oh, God.
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
It says Marine in my notes.
Thank you. I have
Oh,
nothing
collection
further.
agency or
Oh,
office.
thank God. Thank God.
And there, yeah, that broken piece is in there. I compared it. It looks the same as it did last time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly about your
Changing of the color of your hair.
the taillight to which you've testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1. Am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1. Am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Are you?
With regard to that particular item,
for a knockdown.
your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
Hold on. Were you made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct? Or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall
just say
reconstruction.
yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from One Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at One Meadows Ave in Canton?
What?
In any case, you'll agree with me, there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Not appropriate. What's that mean? There was another
Within the
collision.
taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct? Those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now, your lab received clothing in connection with this case.
LED bulbs are not glass, not the ones I've seen.
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure of that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange t-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17.
Yes.
And the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes, our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent, it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission.
Yes. Okay.
You'll fix it, not go on.
Okay. What are they doing? What did I miss? What's going on? What's happening? What is going on? Is there a sidebar? Yeah, Kelso, that's amazing. That must feel very liberating. Proud of you. Is it a sidebar? All right. Y'all know what that means. Little party, little baby party.
All right.
Sidebar party.
About that.
All right.
So now I'm going to ask what happened because we're dealing with real life. Scarlett called from school. So I know Bob just asked everybody what happened, but all right, it's back.
Do you have that with you now, Mr. Please?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Manning.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Okay. So submission 7, all the items that are 7 dash, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Yes, they were.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
And none of them are labeled
aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
2023, my friends.
March 14th, 2022.
Oh, sorry.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Manning.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Manning. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lilly, or are you all set? I'm not cribbing it.
No. Very, very. Mr. Lear, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have, I can count them.
As far as all those items, beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
No.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
No, but there are ones that weren't. What the fuck? Oh no. Wow. Are we kidding right now? Did Yannetti not bring out the fact that there were plenty of pieces that not only didn't fit with each other, didn't fit in the house?
I'm told when I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything
Wait, are they
about this case,
taking lunch?
please disregard it and let us know. Be
Yeah.
extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half
Are they
day,
calling it?
Friday, is a day off. All right, so we'll see you on Monday.
Whoa. Whoa. That's a surprise.
Yeah.
Did y'all know it was a half day today? I didn't know it was a half day today.
I don't know why Lally just had her say that there were pieces that every single one of them either fit with each other or fit in the taillight, because that is not accurate.
I understand you're upset, honey. I understand. I mean, the bigger question is why didn't he get back on the stand?
So before we recess, I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Alessi, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated in what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination, certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that.
Wow.
Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well. So regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not,
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right. So I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear
And
the
sir rebuttal?
testimony of ARCA. So
Somebody
those are
asked
my
for sir
rulings.
rebuttal.
Your objections were noted. I'll
Sir
see everybody
rebuttal.
on Monday.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Man, she's unbelievable. I mean, obviously, I'm not surprised because it's exactly what I said she'd do, but
Well, I'm a little
disgusted.
surprised she found no undue surprise.
You are?
I mean,
You're
little.
surprised? Really? Come on, dude. You're not surprised.
Wow.
You're not surprised. You're disgusted. Those are 2 different things. I'm not surprised at all. Like this, it's exactly what we said
suspicious.
would happen. So,
In
well,
reality,
I didn't know it was a short day. Did you guys know it was a short day? Or was it a surprise short day?
I thought all Fridays were supposed to be short at first.
Well, she said next week. It's there's a holiday on Thursday, Memorial Day, and it sounds like no court Friday. So it's gonna be a short week. Oh man.
Reality Check says, am I wrong in my memory that it was previously testified when they opened the shirt bag that there was a piece of tail light in with it? I think they said, and the chat, you guys can correct me if someone's got a different memory, that there was stuff at the bottom of the bag. And I think that the prior witness had said that she shook, if there was anything in the bottom of the bag, she would have shook it out when she did her debris. But did she say the words embedded? Did I miss it, babe? Does anyone in the chat know? Did this witness say there was?
trying to deal with
no,
the
she didn't
Scarlet
pull
thing.
anything out. She didn't pull anything out, so she couldn't have said it was embedded. Wait, they had this whole thing about fibers being taillight being embedded, and I haven't heard any testimony like this. Jim changes his name to Jim, not John Miller. Welcome new members. Welcome new members. See, so
Love that.
Veronica says, after
Johnny
hearing
Rock.
about the phone battery temps, I'm back on the fence about Karen Reed's guilt. Also crazy, my aunt dated Whitey in 1956. He was in Hammond, Indiana, robbed the Woodmark Bank for $13K. She also had a son 9 months later. Oh boy. And is that the Whitey that Brennan represented? Is that the connection there? Just Jim. Oh, so these are different people. Just Jim. How often do either of you get told to move on? I mean, it does happen, but definitely not as frequently as.
Yeah, the frequency of this is insane.
Yeah.
And she only does it to one side. Well, I did hear her. I thought maybe she said something to Lally. Maybe. I don't know.
Amanda thus says, I'm worried about my health with this bullshit and prescription use. Reality Check. Oh, I just did that one. I got to look in the chat to see if people responded to that about the taillight. Kelso says, I live in the QC. Is that the Quad
Cities?
City, Iowa. I feel like celebrities are visiting my town. I love you guys. Glad you'll be in my neighborhood. Yes,
The
we will.
hood. The
We
hood.
will.
Are you in
All right.
Moline, Davenport?
Well, Moline is
that's the
Illinois.
Illinois side.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's one of the Quad Cities. There's 4 cities. Hence the name.
Nothing is immediately appealable. Heather asks, nope, no interlocutory appeals. Do you have is there anything we need to be doing? Like, was there some kind of goal, or their shirts, or their?
No, I didn't have a goal today. You guys were just amazingly generous without a goal. Tonight, 5:00 Central Daylight Time, Joe Jackalone, the Sarge, former NYPD detective, literally wrote the book on police procedure. He's awesome. He's got an amazing channel. He was out of commission for about a year. He's back. Super excited to have him back. We're not talking Reed, though. We're talking Rex Hewerman.
I was a little surprised about the cross, as Motion with Lemonade says. Like, I don't understand why I didn't point out that glass had nothing to do with anything. Like, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought she was the witness that could have testified that glass didn't match, the glass from the glass that was taken from that was found on John O'Keefe, like the glass that was just perched on the bumper. And there were definitely items that didn't match anything. So I don't understand that. Also, what was pretty important is that even though that the collection date for items 7.5 to 7.10 is based only on the evidence bag label, but Lally indicated the data collection is on the label last time. But this witness says, like, well, I can't speak to the label, but I don't think that that Yannetti brought out the fact that none of the labels say anything was collected on January 29th. They say February 4th. They all say February 4th was the date of collection, but there are then pictures that do establish they were collected on January 29th. So, I mean, maybe it was a point not worth being made, but the fact that there were several items that did not fit within each other, he's like, all the ones you said, all the 7s you said, no, well, but what about the ones that didn't? And I don't know why Yannetti didn't point that out on recross, that no, there were pieces that didn't match anything or matched each other, but then did not fit into the taillight, because there were a ton of those. I don't know. I don't know. Do you guys still have questions? I feel not satisfied with this. Reality Check says, Happy Annie confirmed. You might want to rewatch her testimony. Also, I lived in Arlington Heights before moving south. All right. Right from around the neighborhood. Happy Annie confirmed. Okay. So yeah, we got a call from our daughter during the testimony. Jennifer Cardillo says, unless it's Cardillo, everybody pull a bukkake and acknowledge with a thumbs up. All right. Well, thank you. And Kelso says, I'm in Rock Island. I can see Davenport from my house. Yep. I actually have to go to court up there often. All right. I mean, I'm very, very, very dissatisfied. I'm dissatisfied that they didn't put up enough of a fight, the defense. It's just, everything's good. Everything's good. She just, yeah, very, very, very unsatisfied. Very unsatisfied. I'm looking through you guys' comments, see if we all feel contented here with what we're talking about. Man, it's really, really crazy. It's really, really crazy. I don't know. I mean, this all depends on if the jurors believe that taillight was all there. The biggest thing that comes out of this reconstruction of the taillight is the missing pieces. The missing pieces that show the taillight was originally broken before it got to 34 Fairview, because they put together every single solitary piece except the pieces that would have broken when Karen backed into the vehicle on Meadows after she alleged, supposedly hits him, with the car. So just those pieces stayed, and before, right after he supposedly hit, but before they have the car in their possession. So I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know where Bob went. But you guys, I mean, the defense is going to, they're going to work around it. They're going to figure it out. Reality Check says if Proctor got those pieces from Meadows, it would explain why he got into the Ring app. But the pieces from Meadows, are missing. There's the missing chunk, and that's what the defense is pointing out, that when she recreated the taillight, there are missing pieces because that taillight was broken before that was the amount of broken it was when it came into their custody. That's the missing pieces. What was really broken before, what everybody's talking about, cracked and missing pieces, are the same pieces they could not recreate because those were actually done somewhere else at One Meadows. Whether they, you know, if they would have went back to One Meadows and found it, then maybe they would have recreated the entire thing. Giggle Glimmer says, have either of you heard of this being allowed in any case ever? Like, is there any case law where a judge is permitted to do this? I mean, this isn't like a case law specific kind of situation. I mean, she's finding that there wasn't a change and that there's no surprise. So it's kind of absurd. But yeah, there's plenty of case law that you can't change your expert report, while trial's pending, if it's going to affect the defense, because it's called the Constitution. You've got a Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial. How can you have a fair trial while the state's theory and its expert opinions are changing and wishy-washy, and they can be whatever the fuck we want, whenever the fuck we want it? It's the Constitution. It's her Sixth Amendment right to present a defense. How do you present a defense to something that is always changing and fluid? Oh, we can say whatever we want, whenever we want, and change our ideas, so the defense can never present a defense. And that's what Alessi was trying to explain. This is a lot bigger than a Rule 14 violation. This deprives her of her right to a fair trial and of her right to present a defense to a fixed theory of the state. We have rules that the state has to, like, say what your shit is, what the hell you think happened, so that the defense can then mount a defense to it. You can't keep changing it so that I can't present a defense because you have a fluid theory of the case. It's ridiculous. It is an outrage. It is impossible to get a fair trial if the prosecution is allowed to just change what they want whenever they want. Reality Check says those pieces probably destroyed by the snowblower. Right. Just disappeared from the snowblower. But I mean, these are all pretty significant appellate issues, but nobody wants this to be resting on an appeal, because that takes a really long time. And she would have to sit in prison for years while that was being mounted, Can you guys message me? I have a Chicago attorney. I have questions. I have a Chicago attorney. I have questions. I mean,
I hear a rant. Were you ranting?
Yeah.
I heard a rant.
Yeah. I mean, we're saying, like, because people were asking, well, is there case law? Is she allowed to do this? Like, it's the Constitution.
100%.
Her right to a fair trial.
100%. 100%. I mean, like this, just like Alessi said yesterday, this is an actual ambush. Like they're moving the goal lines or the goalposts like they do every single time. Like, I mean, he's been doing this over. You know what it reminds me of, except in a different circumstance? It's like when Stephen Avery got tried under one theory of what the state said happened, and then when they tried Brendan Dassey in a separate trial, it was a completely different theory.
Right. They're not allowed to do that.
It's crazy.
And they're not allowed to do it with two different defendants. They're not allowed to do it with the same defendant. In Illinois, we have something called a motion for a bill of particulars. And that's where you would produce to the other side what date, what time are you alleging that the defendant struck the victim? What time? Be specific. You get a bill of particulars so that you can mount a defense.
Well, I mean, bigger than that, it's the entire case. Like, how do they not have that shit on lock before they bring it to trial? The entire case is the timeline.
If you don't have notice of their theory of what they're saying you did and when they're saying you did it, how the fuck can you mount a defense? Then I mount a defense based on what
you don't know when the timeline is. That's the bigger question. I don't even understand how they bring a case if they don't know what their own timeline is. They're foggy on it. I mean,
it's fluid.
They know that she hooks up to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. Man, it's like that. That's the one thing we know for certain. Like, that thing is in stone. Like, that's one thing that everybody agrees about. You know, how long it took her to actually, like, was the garage opening? What did she have to get out of the Lexus? Was she in the garage? It sounds like, I thought I remembered hearing her shoes clacking on the garage floor. But I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. I think we're pretty close to 46. I think we're pretty close. Let's see. Let's see what the old machine says. Machine.
I mean, so Lisa asks, are they saying the broken taillight is
one away from 46,000 subs? We love you guys. You guys are the best.
Tell me when we hit 100,000. When if the tail light is what cut and scratched John's arm. I mean, it's hard to know what the fuck they're saying, but it seems like that's what they're saying. That somehow the broken tail light that wasn't broken before it touched his arm exploded and scratched his arm.
Exploded. It's
like no one knows what they're saying. They don't know what they're saying, and they're not locked into anything. And she just lets them shift their theory of the case, whatever they want, whenever they want, to adjust and move. And I think if I was them, that I would want a stipulation that at the first trial, the state said the time was 12:45 or 12:50. It might have been at some point. But Lally actually literally said it, I think, in his opening. He literally said the words. I'm going to find it right the fuck now. Okay.
Did you thank Idiot Win for this incredible gift of generosity? 50 DD memberships.
All right. Well,
wow.
Hey, Idiot Win
membership mommy.
We've been begging you to leave a voicemail. Somebody's got to want to rant right now. Leave a voicemail, Idiot Win.
Yeah, Idiot Win. We need you to rant. Ranting. Let's all rant heading into the weekend.
See if I can find it on YouTube.
Thank you so much, Idiot Wind. You're amazing. That is amazing. 5 a.m. research. I think what keeps me watching now is just anticipation, seeing Bev and Hank being publicly shamed, maybe following discovery for Karen's civil case. I mean, I hear that. I mean, I hope it happens sooner rather than later. Thank you so much for that 5 Canadian.
I can't even find the opening from 2022.
Appreciate you. Reality check. Who can report Bev and Hank for violations? No one. No one. I mean, look.
You could do a judicial
inquiry. You can do a judicial inquiry. And as far as lawyers goes, I mean, anybody can make a complaint against lawyers. And then it goes to the disciplinary committee. They look at it. And they always make you answer it, whether it's legit or not. So you can imagine being a lawyer, you know, if you lose a case, you have pissed off clients. They complain all the time. It's one of the joys of being a lawyer. But as far as like Hank's violation, the problem for, because the defense wouldn't be the one doing it, but the problem for us is that Bev hasn't found any violations by Hank. She's found it for the defense. I mean, Alan Jackson's going to have to answer to the disciplinary committee after this trial because she's found violations of candor, you know, candor with the court.
See if I can.
He's going to have to deal with that shit after the trial. Like there's no way around it. Like the disciplinary, and he's going to have to go. He's going to have to write a long response and explain what happened, and might have to go through a hearing. It's a whole thing. It's like Allison had to go through it with her swearing thing, which was absurd. In a case she won, a federal case. Client was happy. Sometimes you got to take bullets for your clients. It's just how it goes in this business. But thank you so much, Reality Check. Sorry for the bad news there. Amanda, $10 holla. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. And then finally, Pokemon, we love you. You are now a DD membership mommy. You're a mommy to a brand new baby member. So sweet. We love that. All right. Are we dipping? What are we doing? I was haircut, and you keep coughing.
Sorry, I was trying to find where Lally actually said that, but I can't find it in the transcript.
All right, let's go. So I think that's it. Wait, is Aiden's hearing today? I keep hearing different days for his hearing. Is his hearing today?
Well, if it is, there's something we can watch.
Can somebody confirm that? It's over for today. It's a half day, apparently. Hey, see, just Jim knows. Half day today, Jim, not John. I love it. Poor John Miller. You're always going to be Jim in my heart. Even if I'm saying John in my head and in my heart, it's Jim. Let's see.
Said to check out Bettero's tweet.
Oh, what did Bettero say?
Also, somebody said that Dedham District Court, it was remanded to June. So
I can always just message Bettero and find out when it is. Hey, Mark, when the hell's
I mean, I think that they could still try because nothing's happened yet. Reality Check says, can they still motion for a mistrial based on Bev's ruling?
Yeah, so Mark said the defense needs to immediately demand all communications between the prosecution and Aperture. Exactly. What's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Between the prosecution and Aperture regarding the mid-trial changed opinion. The key now must be why this happened mid-trial after Whiffen testified. The jury is entitled to know that the prosecution went from 1245 to 1231 to 1232, and the timeline always moved after the prior one was exposed as inaccurate. The jury also needs to know about Trooper Paul's foolish and now rejected analysis. The full picture reveals just how desperate the prosecution is and how willing they have been to shapeshift to try to adapt to the evidence in real time. This is a national embarrassment. Here, echoing exactly what we were saying.
She didn't even grant them a voir dire on the issue. She didn't even now a voir dire is not even appropriate. We're not even going to voir dire them. I hope defense powwows all weekend right now, starting on every motion they can file, on being firmer, on demanding a Daubert hearing. Do they know how this time was calculated? Do they know it's accurate? I mean, I don't know. But I think technically they can. I mean, obviously she's going to deny it, Reality Check, but I think they should be thinking about all the things that they need to be asking for. And again, I'm going to scream, sir, reply. If they are allowing, since she has allowed Brennan to recall what's the Welcher after the defenses rested their case, then the defense should get the ability to do a sir reply to whatever the hell it is that their experts are going to testify to on reply. That needs to be asked for. Hey, defense, at least ask for a sir reply. I mean, a sir rebuttal. You got to ask for a sir rebuttal.
Where were we?
Wow. We were ranting about what the defense needs to do while all the things that
Well, I
that
heard you
Hetero just
ranting. I'm
said.
talking about on this. Okay. Where's that real? How high up were we? I don't know where we at.
We went through all. Are you talking about the starred questions?
Is Happy Annie in here? Happy Annie, you need to send us your address and pick
No,
your
Happy Annie. Wait, is that a person?
different thing. Yeah.
Oh.
Happy Annie won a shirt. We need her stuff. We need her deets. Okay, and then do you ask the reality check?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
All right.
everything.
All right, cool. I'm not seeing anything about Aiden being up today.
Yeah, no, people said it was continued until
Yeah, I thought it was in June.
Tracy's not happy.
Yeah. All right, you guys are amazing. Thank you. We did pass 46K, so that's awesome. You guys are phenomenal. Super excited about that. Super thankful to you, all of you. Beautiful, beautiful subs. You guys are amazing.
Aiden had something. Trial lawyer says Aiden had something at 9 a.m. So I don't know if it's probably too late to.
Yeah, that's probably done. All right, but remember tonight, 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Joe Giacalone, former NYPD murder detective. We'll be talking
Thanks, KKB.
Rex Huerman. Don't sleep on that case. That dude appears to be a monster. So if you're not hip to that, I mean, serial killer. Like the only thing it sucks about is it's a New York case, no streaming, but it's still a case that warrants all of our attention. And it'll take your mind off the rage you're feeling about Karen for at least the weekend, maybe. It's good. It's like you have to reset your mind. You have to try to reset your mind. Otherwise, health problems may arise. So both physical and mental. So like you have to take care of yourselves. And it's good to think about other things. So we love you guys so much. Rex, what? Rex Huerman, the ogre, Lisk,
serial
killer. He's in custody right now. They caught him finally after 15 years. He's been charged with, I think, 7. Might
Thanks,
be
Sky
8.
Goodness.
Thank you, Sky Goddess.
Oh, Goddess. Sorry, I'm half blind. I'm old.
But we love you guys. And if you don't know about Rex Huerman, pop in tonight. Hang out with Joe. He's awesome. You guys will love him. I'm going to try to
announce the portal.
Joe literally wrote the handbook on evidence collection and proper procedure for evidence collection. Like
so is the portal to
it's going to our show at 5.
Okay. So you guys will be portaled.
You guys are amazing. We love you. We love you. We love you. If I don't see you at 5, we will see you next week from Boulder, Colorado.
You probably won't see me. I'll probably be with my family while Bob handles it.
Yeah, I'll do work.
I'll do
work. She'll pop in. She'll do pop-ins.
Yeah.
But I'll be here with you from beautiful Boulder, Colorado. I'm going to try to go find a Wi-Fi somewhere on a mountain to give you guys a glorious background that's actually real and fabulous.
You're not finding Wi-Fi on a mountain.
Hey.
My brother's backyard is like a mountain, actually. So
what's the Skylink or whatever the mobile thing is? There's like some kind of mobile Wi-Fi that you get from the satellites from up in the stars. I don't know what it is, but we love you guys. You guys have a glorious weekend, and we will see you on Monday if you don't show up tonight, which you should, because it's going to be awesome. All right, y'all. We love you, because without you, I'm just an old man
talking a lot of shit.
Boo!